testing the sound system, and yeah, I think we should be live. Hold on. That's much better. Okay, what's up everybody, how's it going? This is Nepal V. If you're new to my stream, please hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the subscribe button if you're watching this on YouTube or anywhere else I post it, but primarily on YouTube because I do want to grow my channel. I'm pretty serious about that. So yeah, without any further ado, let us begin. Okay, so in this video, I'm gonna focus on what's it called? I'm gonna focus on like getting the virtual mouse to work. So in order to do that, I need to figure out what CodeMonkey has in store.
Some weird results.
So we're going to be following this video here. I'll link it in the comment section. I'll link it in my description if anyone wants to follow along. Assuming you're watching this on YouTube, but, you know, we'll see what we can do.
Hello and welcome, I'm your CodeMonkey. Here's a simple tutorial on how to make a virtual cursor which acts like a
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm trying to do. Although my virtual cursor will exist anywhere.
mouse, but you can drive it using a gamepad controller. This is something that I need to make for my own game, Dinky Guardians. By the way, you can go pick it up on Steam. Here's the game, and as you can see, I can control the character. I can move it around with my controller. And then as I inspect any building like this ground machine,
I have this game. I'm going to play it on stream.
there you go. Now I've got a nice dot, so I can control the mouse using my controller. I can click on any of these and everything works perfectly. I can do any kind of interaction, just like I can if I move the mouse. And there you go, now I'm using the mouse and everything works. And now I swap out the controller and everything works perfectly. So let's see how we can build a nice cursor that we control either with the mouse itself or with a gamepad controller. Also, if you're looking for a guided step-by-step path instead of individual tutorials, then check out my complete courses. Start off with my free course aimed at complete beginners, which will teach you a ton. Then watch the
Fun fact, this guy loves to cook.
follow-up free multiplayer course.
That's why
After
all his games have that, like, cooking.
Something more advanced, and check out my turn-based strategy course. That one involves the making of a relatively complex game, and of course, the entire thing has a heavy focus on writing good clean code with a good project structure. Or in general, for any Unity developer, check out my Ultimate Unity Overview course, which has over 16 lectures, each covering a different tool or feature of the engine that you might not know about.
Trail
Check them all out,
renderer.
link in the description.
I might want to optimize my trail renderer, and in order to do that, I'm definitely going to check out this dude's course. So, not bad advice. Yeah, not bad advice.
Okay, so there are two ways you can implement gamepad menu logic in your game. One is using the regular built-in gamepad navigation. This one lets you define which button is selected and how to change the selection based on gamepad input.
If you watched my earlier videos, you should have noticed that I definitely did this. I definitely did it like that, and it was a bit cumbersome to manage because you have to account for whether the player is using a gamepad or a keyboard and mouse.
If you just have some simple buttons, like for example just a main menu where all the buttons are organized vertically, then for that the navigation system would work just fine. But if
Fair.
you have some more complex interfaces, like for example in my game, which is an automation game, so some of the UI is quite complex, for those use cases, having a virtual cursor is potentially a much better option.
I mean, I think having a virtual cursor saves you the headache, but yeah.
Now, I was actually...
The reason I want to use a virtual cursor is because if you look at my game, as you can see, my mouse, the direction the tank aims in and how far and how wide, completely depends on the mouse. And I don't want to remove that functionality for the gamepad, so I figured, okay, I'm just going to use a virtual cursor. So that's the motivation behind it. Hold on, let me switch back over to Twitch so I can monitor the chat. By the way, happy Saturday. If you guys are watching this on Saturday, I mean, it has to be Saturday. The time might be different, but it's still a Saturday.
only going to build this myself from scratch when I thought to search and see if the input system already has it. And yep, it turns out that it does. Although there are some really tricky things to get it working properly, which took me quite a while to figure out, so hopefully this video is helpful. If you encounter some strange behavior, make sure you watch the video to the end. I will try to cover all these strange issues that I encountered and how I solved them. So first, you should be using the input system. If not, if you've never used it, then go watch my tutorial on it. By the way, over here on the package manager, if you go under samples and you scroll down, you can see the gamepad mouse cursor. So if you want, you can download their official sample and look at it. Then once you have the input system set up, over here I've got my basic player input actions controller.
Let me see what I have for that. Mine is the player or bubble tank. It's called Bubble Tank Frenzy Input Action Asset. And what are all these? Okay.
It's really just a super basic, super bare bones setup. So there's nothing in.
Yeah, so I should probably open mine. It's pretty much the same thing. You got the pause, you got the space. None of these are really like geared towards the gamepad yet. Actually, wait, move is.
Here that is specific to the virtual mouse just yet. Then in my hierarchy, I've got my canvas.
I think I have my gamepad hooked up to this. I have a gamepad, an Xbox controller. I'm sure the principles will be the same for a dual stick controller, for a PS4 controller rather. Give me one sec. Why is this not connecting? Okay, there we go. Now, I'm hoping this works out of the box. Oh, look at that. Okay, but the only issue is that, so pause does not work. But I want to get... Okay, playing this on a gamepad feels way better, not gonna lie. Because if you look at this again... And by the way, I wasn't even controlling anything with a mouse or keyboard. This is pure gamepad gameplay. It does need some refining. Okay. Let's stop it there before I get carried away. But yeah, the gamepad actually supports this, and I am actually happy about this. The move function, I don't have to do too much to, set up, so that's good.
So here it is, I have it set up like this. So it's in screen space overlay mode. Then for the canvas scaler, over here it is.
Is my canvas in screen space overlay? It is, okay.
Scale with screen size. For
is mine like that at all? Canvas scaler is scale with screen size. Not sure why I need that necessarily, but okay, whatever, dude. Scale with screen size.
For the reference resolution.
1920. Wait, what is the full HD? 1920. And 1080. Okay. It actually does look a little better. Okay. Okay, because this is actually what I ended up changing.
I like to put it 1920 by 1080, then match with width or height, and over here set the height to 1.
Match with width or height. Okay. Let's look at that.
And reference pixels of 100.
I think that's good. Reference pixels of 100.
So this is how I only set up my UI, pretty basic. Now let's make a new game object inside UI. So over here, let's create an empty game object. Call it the virtual mouse UI.
Okay. Create empty virtual mouse UI.
And now this part is extremely important. On the rect transform, make sure you anchor this one over here on the lower left
On the right transform. Do we just... Okay, so that's where we would do it.
corner. Make sure it is anchored onto this one, and then
And then 0, 0, just 0 out everything, I guess. I already watched this.
put 0 on everything. So 0 on position X, Y, Z, and also width and height, also both.
Okay, so just 0 on everything. 0, 0, 0, and then I think these are also zeros. 0, and then 0.
Both at 0. Again, this is very important. If you leave it anchored on the center, you will get some weird results. Also very important is make sure that this object is a direct child of the canvas. If you make it a child of another game object that does not have the same size, the same setup as the canvas, if you do that, it will not match, and again, you will find some weird issues. So make sure this one is set up exactly.
I don't know if this was explicitly mentioned, but I just decided to move it as the first item here. So it's all over, it's literally over everything here.
Like this, and make sure it is a direct child of your canvas. Okay, so now for the visual, technically you can just go into add component over here, add an image directly, but personally I like to keep things organized and separated, so I'm going to create a child UI image game object. I'm going to call this the mouse visual, and
So UI image mouse visual. Gotcha.
then for the sprite, in my project files I've got a simple circle sprite. It is only
For my sprite, I think for now I'll just pick a circle. Oh, we got a whole bunch of them. Oh, damn. I'll use that one. We'll keep it simple. It's already coming together.
literally just a circle texture, so there it is. I'm going to move it over here just so it's a bit more visible, although the position does not really matter. What does matter is the size. This is obviously way too big for a controller, so let's go with something like 2020.
Okay, so as far as like the position of this, can actually move it up here just to see what it looks like. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna move it over here. There.
So just a nice little dot.
I don't know if I want to change the size. Maybe we could, I guess. 20. 20. Wait, what? That does not look right. I'll just, we'll do like 50. Nah, I don't like that. I guess that only works with the circle, but ours is different. We'll just leave it the way it is.
And in order to make sure that the dot does not become invisible, just in case our background is white, let's add a simple built-in outline, so the outline component.
Okay.
Let's put it on 2 by 2 and put it on black with full alpha. Okay, so that's our basic visual. And now another extremely important thing, which is over here on the image, under raycast target, make sure this one is not toggled. This is very important. If you leave this toggled, basically the
Raycast target is not toggled. Gotcha.
virtual mouse will be hitting this image and it will not interact with whatever button is behind it. So again, extremely important, make sure this raycast target is disabled. And same thing on the parent, make sure the anchors are set up correctly like this, make sure width and height is 0. And on this one, make sure the anchor is over there on the middle and with whatever width and height you want. Again, I'm repeating this several times because if you make one tiny mistake, then everything will look very strange and you will be very confused, just like it happened to me. Okay, so now let's go into the virtual mouse UI game object, and over here let's add a component, and let's search for the virtual mouse.
Okay, I'm hoping I have one of that. Virtual mouse.
This is a built-in component from the input system. Here it is, the virtual mouse input. And now let's begin by dragging the actual visual reference, so the mouse visual, drag this.
This is actually set up for us nicely. How cool is that? Okay. So the cursor graphic, what did you do? He put the mouse over the mouse visual in the cursor graphic.
And again, drag this one, not the container. So the underlying mouse visual, drag it for both.
Okay, so then the rect transform would be the container. And that's what this would be. Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on, did I...
This is a built-in component from the input system. Here it is, the virtual mouse input. And now let's begin by dragging the actual visual reference, so the mouse visual, drag this one. Again, drag this one, not the container. So the underlying mouse visual, drag it for both the cursor graphic and the cursor transform. Then over here on cursor mode, go ahead and leave it as software because we want to control this image and not control the actual mouse hardware cursor. Then for the speed, let's put it a little bit faster, so let's put it at 1000. Scroll speed, let's leave it like that. And then down here we have the various actions. So you have pretty much every action that you would have on a mouse. The most important ones are obviously the stick action in order to move our cursor and the left button in order to essentially fake a click. Now for defining these actions, we have two options. We can either add the action directly over here. So let's click on the plus icon here and let's add a binding. And now I have my Xbox One controller enabled, so I'm going to double click this binding, and over here on path, let's click on it, let's listen to input, and I'm going to assign the left stick on the gamepad. Okay, so I'm going to use the left stick in order to basically move the virtual cursor. Then for the left mouse button, again, let's click on plus, let's add a binding, and double click, and let's go into the path, let's listen, and...
Wait. This is going way too fast.
Then for the left mouse button, again, let's click on plus, let's add a binding, and double click, and let's go into the path, let's listen, and I'm going
I think I messed this up. Hold on.
going to put it on the A. So let's go button south on the gamepad. So this would be A on an Xbox controller, or for example on a PlayStation controller, this would be the cross and so on. Okay, so that's how it is. But like I said, you can either add the action directly or you can use a reference. Now if you click on reference, then basically you get this field. And if you assign this field, then basically you can assign any action that you define in any player input actions. So for the input actions over here, all of the actions that you got here, all of these various actions, you can use them as reference in that one. So for example, in here, instead of binding directly to the left stick, you could bind directly to this action. The benefit of that one would be if you rebind this action, then you wouldn't need to update over here the virtual mouse, since it would always go through this action. But to keep it simple, for this example, I'm going to use directly instead of using references. I'm actually going to talk about this in a little bit because there was a sneaky issue over here that tripped me up, but for now, let's keep it just like this. So just with this, if we test, okay, here I am.
Okay, let me get rid of the bubble spawner. I don't know, I'm using the left stick to move, so maybe I should use the right stick to aim. I just feel like that would be way better. I think I already have that though. Hold on. Let's try this again. Okay, that we can leave alone, but let's go here. Let's test this now.
The game is playing, and if I move my gamepad stick, and there you go, it does indeed move the virtual cursor. Alright, awesome, so far so good. Now again, if your cursor is not moving correctly, again, go back and double check your anchors. Here is how my canvas is set up, here is how the virtual mouse UI is set up, and inside the mouse visual. With all of this, we have everything working, except now if I make a button, so I'm going to go inside the canvas, create a new UI object, let's make it a button.
Let's actually see if I understand what I'm doing. So let me go back to my main menu screen. I feel like that'd be the best place to do. So the first thing I need to do oh wait, what am I doing? So, I should have a level essentials folder somewhere right here. And in here, I got, UI canvas, virtual mouse UI, and the virtual mouse itself. So let's add these. So bottom left, zero everything out. Let's move this like right up here. Virtual mouse UI. Copy that over. Like right here. Just move that down there. I guess we'll just zero everything out. Okay, what do we do from here? Let's see. We need a virtual mouse input. So literally called virtual mouse. Software cursor. Well, we need the mouse visual. And remove raycast targeting and add an outline. Okay. canvas. Why do I keep going back to that? Wait, did he center?
For any Unity developer, check out going to add component over here, add an image directly. But personally, I like to keep things organized and separated, so I'm going to create a child UI image game object. I'm going to call this the mouse visual, and then for the sprite, in my project files I've got a simple circle sprite. It is literally just a circle texture, so there it is. I'm going to move it over here just so it's a bit more visible, although the position does not really matter. What does matter is the size. This is obviously way too big for a...
Okay, so just... Okay, that doesn't matter then. Okay, let's go back to the mouse visual. For the mouse visual, we need to add an image. Okay, so for the image, raycast target we don't want. Outline, I guess we can do... We'll have to... There we go. I feel like that should be it. Let me see what else I did. It looks like here, I didn't do anything else. That's all I said it is. Set native. Okay, I don't think I did that either. Yeah, I'm good. I'm good. Alright, let's get back here. Now, virtual mouse UI, that's an important one. So we're going to add virtual mouse UI. The mouse visual is going to be both here, 1000. And we're going to do pretty much the same. Okay, this is all pretty straightforward. So let's go back. Go back. Software cursor's fine. There we go. I think that's 1000. Pretty sure it's 1000, but I'm second guessing myself at this point. What we're gonna do is do a add binding. It's the same exact thing we did in the previous one. Okay, right stick for the Xbox controller because that's what controls the mouse. For this specific one anyway. And for the left button action, I'm going to make that one A. If you don't know what I just did, I just clicked the Xbox controller A button and it automatically binded it. Alright, I think that's the first part of what we have to do, but let's test that out. It's showing up behind these. Why is it showing up behind these? Okay, I think that's going to be talked about.
A controller, so let's go with something like 2020. So just a nice issue that took one by the gamepad. Alright, awesome. So far so good. Now again, if your cursor is not moving correctly, again, go back and double check your anchors. Here is how my canvas is set up. Here is how the virtual mouse UI is set up, and inside the mouse visual. With all of this, we have everything working, except now if I make a button, so I'm going to go inside the canvas, create a new UI object. Let's make it a button, and let's make it quite a bit bigger. So something like this. Then just for testing, let's modify over here the highlighted color. So this is the color when the mouse is on top. So let's put this on a green just so it's nice and visible. By the way, also remember how the sorting works in the UI. Basically, the sorting order is based on the order in the hierarchy, and things below in the hierarchy will actually render on top. So since we want the virtual mouse UI to render on top, let's make sure to drag this one to the bottom of the...
Oh, okay. We got to do this on the level essentials too. So let's move this down, I guess. Wait, hold on. What am I saying? We got to move this all the way down here. Okay, there we go. So now it does it for all of them. Okay, I thought like if it showed up first, then it would render first, but apparently that's not true. Wait, did that not apply my changes? Oh, it did. Okay. So what he's saying is you gotta move that down there. Okay, let's try that then. There we go. It's not working.
Hierarchy so that it's above the button. Okay, so with this, let's test. Okay, here I am, and I can move, and if I go above the button, and nope, it is not working. The button is not changing color. If I use the regular mouse and I go above, yep, you can see it does recognize, but the cursor, the one by the gamepad, nope, this one does not work. So this is one of the main tricky issues that I encountered. Thankfully, this one has a simple fix. The fix is actually on the hierarchy. Let's go in the event system. And yep, over here you do see a nice warning message. Basically, it's telling you should be using a different event system for the input module. Thankfully, it's super simple. Literally just click on this button, and there you go, it replaces with a different component. Also, before we test, one very important thing here, which is on the game view over here, make sure you are under Full HD. This is very important. Make sure it's Full HD and not 16:9 or any other. It needs to be Full HD. And on the canvas scale over here, make sure it is also 1080p. So it needs to be 1080p both up here and down here. I'll cover why this is extremely important in a bit, and in the end of the video I'll cover the solution to the problem, but for now just make sure you have it set up exactly like this. And now if we test again, and now I move, and yep, now it does work. If on your end it doesn't work, then make sure you have Full HD 1080p selected over here on the game view, and also on the canvas, same thing, canvas scaler, make sure it is full 1080p. Like this, it is working. However, if I were to swap this out to 16:9, note how over there the canvas scale, that one is now at 0.4 instead of 1, it is under 1. So the canvas is basically scaled, and now if I try move...
Did you just see what just happened? Because, like, I was able to get it to work. Hold on.
moving the button over...
Let me actually do that again, because that's the ultimate behavior. But the problem is, when you switch to... So even the, so like when you look at this, even like, it recognizes that I'm like, using a control. Like, holy crap. I can even use this. Like, dude. Like, I'm literally using a gamepad here. But when I switch to mouse, it like, okay. It stops working. Why does it stop working? That's weird. So, I gotta figure out why that's happening.
Over, it does not work, but for some reason it works when I go into this corner. So that's a really strange issue that took me a lot of time to debug. It has to do with the canvas scale. I'll cover the solution a little bit after I cover some more potential problems. But right now, as long as you set it up here as Full HD, everything should work. So I can move the cursor, and yep, it does work. Although in your case, maybe it won't work. I'm saying that because when I tested in my game, actually for some reason this did not work. Now in this case it works, so that's great. But just in case it doesn't work for you like it didn't work for me, let me go over what I did to fix it. I believe the issue may have been because I was already controlling the player with a player input actions, whereas over here I really just have an empty project. So basically when we click on that button, it swapped out to this component. And over here on this component, you can see it used the default input actions asset. So this is the one that is down here inside the actual packages, so this is the default one. Now, just in case you have issues, here's what I did. Basically, I just went into the, over here, this default input actions, so the one inside the package. I just open up this one. Then I just grab the UI action map, so just right click and let's copy this one. Okay, close, and...
Okay, let me do that too. No, mine also has this.
And now up here, I went into my own player input actions, which again, I only had the player action map. So then over here, right click and paste, and there you go. Now we have the UI input actions. Then I also went here onto the point action, and for this one, I added a new binding. And for the path, I found the virtual mouse. And yep, I had this one, the position for the virtual mouse.
Okay, wait. Let me do that too. I don't think I did that. Okay. Which one is this one? Okay, cool. Which one do I have here? Alright. UI. Point? Which one did he, oh, point, okay. Point, let's add a binding. How did he get the virtual mouse?
Same thing over here on the click, add a new binding, go and search for virtual mouse, and for the left button on the virtual mouse. So just this, and then save asset, and then on the
Okay, I think that works. The new input system definitely gets a while to get used to, though.
hierarchy back into the event system, back into this component. Instead of using the default input actions, let's assign the player input action.
Okay, let's do that too.
And just like that, since we copied the action map, everything should already be automatically matched. So it should be using the UI point and so on. So all of these should be matched exactly perfectly. And now here, if I move the controller cursor, and yep, there you go, it does work. I go above and it does indeed turn green. Now again, if you have issues on this one, the main thing is on the mouse visual, make sure raycast target is disabled. If I enable this one and now I try moving above it, nope, you can see it does not change. That is because basically the virtual cursor is hitting this image instead of hitting the button behind it. So if this is the case, make sure the visual has raycast target disabled, and make sure there are no more visuals over here under the virtual mouse UI. Make sure there are no more images, nothing else that can basically block the virtual mouse. And if you do that, then yep, you should see this working. So over here it works with the virtual cursor and it works with the regular cursor. Okay, so really that's pretty much it, but let me cover some more potentially sneaky issues. Now there's one that is really very strange, and it's actually on the virtual mouse component. As you can see down here, we assign the actions directly, so just the move and the click action. And as you saw in the editor, this works perfectly. There are no errors, nothing, no problem. However, if you make a build just like this, you will get a ton of errors. And not just errors, but actually crashes as well. Now, when I made the build just like this for the Steam Deck for my game, it completely broke everything because it was triggering non-stop errors. So basically the build would run on the Steam Deck and then immediately crash just because way too many errors. And the error itself was some really strange argument exception. Now this one took me a real long time to figure out the cause, and it turns out the cause is because all of these actions are not assigned. Apparently, some of the backend code for the input system, apparently that one assumes that these fields are always assigned. For some reason, that logic runs differently in a build than in the editor, so here in the editor there's no problem, but apparently in a build it assumes these are always assigned. So in order to prevent that error, just make sure that you assign all of them. So for example, use the reference, and then just drag all the references. So inside my player input action, for example, for the middle click, I'm just going to drag the same one.
I think that's an important point.
Again, even if I don't use them, because for example in my own game I never use middle clicks or right clicks, but just go ahead and assign them just so they don't have that strange error. Okay, so this should solve that strange issue.
Forward action, back action, scroll wheel. And that should be everything, right?
Now the next issue is potential conflicts with the menu navigation. Like I said in the beginning, there are two ways to handle menu controller support. It's either with a virtual cursor or the navigation system. If you don't even know what it is, you can basically look at any button. Let me actually just take this button and duplicate it and put another button over here off to the side. Now if you look inside the button component, over here you see something called navigation, and by default this will be set to automatic. And then you've got this button saying visualize, and if you click on it and you look on the scene view, you can see a bunch of arrows. So you can see there's one arrow coming from this button onto this one, another one from this one onto this one. So basically what that means is if you have this button selected and you move to the left, then it's going to select this button. And if you have this one selected, move to the right and select this one. Now in order to easily visualize this, let's select both buttons. And over here on the selected color, let's put something more visible. So let's say a nice blue. Okay, so now let's test this. Now here I'm going to use a little trick in order to select the button. So basically I'm going to left click inside this button, and then I'm going to release it outside the button just so I don't trigger a click. And just like this, yep, this one is now selected. And now with this button selected and the navigation enabled, now if on my gamepad stick I move to the right, yep, there you go, it selects this button. And I move left, and there you go, selects that one. So that's how it works, that's how the automatic navigation system works. Except of course if you have both this system and the virtual cursor, obviously you've got some conflicts between the both of them. So really you should pick just one or the other, assuming that you want to use just the virtual mouse and disable the automatic navigation. For that you can either select the button and down here under navigation just set it to none. That's one option. However, obviously it's quite tricky if you have tons and tons of individual buttons. Having to go and set this to none for all of them, that's quite tricky. So a better method is to just ignore that and then just go into the event system, and over here we can see the action for move. This is the action that actually moves which button is selected. So for this one we can simply swap from navigate and go into none.
I like that one better. Let's do that.
So basically we're going to have no input in order to trigger the navigation menu. And with this, now if we are, and again, let me click, hold, and release outside. So that one is selected, and now I move right on the stick, and there you go, it no longer selects that one. So the navigation menu is no longer working, and I can now just go up here, click onto that one, and I click onto that one, and so on, and everything works. Next we have one more issue, and that is the gamepad going off screen. Now this is a bit of a strange one because it seems like something that the input system should really have by default, but apparently it doesn't. So here I've got the game running and I've got side.
Let me do that for the other one too, before I forget. Yeah.
By side my scene view, so there's my cursor, and if I move it on to the left and I keep moving, and there you go, now my cursor was way off screen. And now if I was a player and I was only seeing this, and now I move the gamepad to the right, there you go, I can't see where's my cursor, why is my cursor invisible? That is because it is way off screen. Obviously you don't want this, you don't want the cursor to ever leave the game screen. Now fixing this was actually quite a bit tricky, it's another thing that took me quite a while to figure out. We're going to need a script to do this, so let's do that. Let's go ahead and create a new C# script. Let's call it the virtual mouse UI. Let's select the virtual mouse UI and attach the script.
There's a better way to do this. Let me make sure I'm spelling this right. Virtual mouse UI.
Okay, like this, and let's open. Over here, let's remove the regular code. And let's write a simple private void late update. We want it on late update just because we want to run this at the very end of the frame after the input system has done its movement. And now here, basically, we just need to clamp the mouse position and we move it. So first, let's actually grab the virtual mouse. So let's go up here, make a private, make it of type virtual mouse input, which again, this one exists inside using Unity engine.inputsystem.ui. So if your Visual Studio doesn't add it automatically, make sure you add this line. So this is going to be our virtual mouse input. So that is that component that we saw. So let's grab it. So we can just grab it over here on an awake. Let's see what get component of our virtual mouse input. And now that we have this over here on our late update, we can go into this one, and first we need to grab the current position. So inside the virtual mouse input, let's grab the actual virtual mouse. So this is the actual mouse that component drives, and we can grab the position. This one is a vector2 control, so let's grab the value, which is the actual underlying vector2. So let's grab the vector2 for the virtual mouse position. Okay, so we have this. And obviously we just need to clamp this within the valid
position.value, okay. Let's see. Vector2 virtual mouse position.
values. So let's simply validate first the x. So we can use mathf.clamp. Clamp, just in case you don't know, this one takes a certain value and make sure it is within a minimum and a maximum. So that's exactly what we want. So let's clamp the virtual mouse position.x. And for the minimum, let's put a minimum of 0. And for the maximum, let's use screen.width. There you go. That makes sure that the virtual mouse position never leaves the screen. And let's do the exact same thing for the Y, but for the Y, we're going to clamp it to the height. So that's the Y and that's the Y. Also, by the way, if you wanted to add some kind of border, just make sure it doesn't really reach the edge. You could just add it here, just some simple math. So then when this position is clamped, when this position is now validated, then we can use the class input state, which again, this one exists inside Unity Engine input system oil level. So make sure you add that. And then we can call the function change. And then this one takes a certain device. So for the device, let's go into the virtual mouse input. Inside the virtual mouse input, let's grab the virtual mouse, and we're going to want to modify the position for that virtual mouse. And the position is going to be the new one that we saw. So the virtual mouse position. Okay, so that's it. Basically, we grab the position, we clamp it within the valid values, and then we set it again. So let's test. Okay, so here we are, and if I move all the way over to the left, and nope, it no longer leaves the screen. And
Let me actually try this myself.
I go up, nope, does not leave. Go down, nope, does not leave. Go to the right, and nope, does not leave. So now the cursor is always inside the screen. Okay, great. Now the next bug is the one that we saw a while ago. So if up here is set as full HD and the scale of the canvas is 1, if I do that, then yep, it works. Look at that, I'm mousing over the buttons exactly as I should be. But if I now swap this out for 16:9, and now I try to pass the cursor over there, nope, does not work. And for some reason, if I go, let's say over here, and there you go, the button is somehow, for some reason, all the way over here. This is really strange. This is another issue that drove me insane for quite some time, how the cursor is not on the actual cursor position. So hopefully this video helps prevent you from going insane just like I did. The problem has to do with scaling. If the canvas is not scaled, which happens if I set this one to fully G, like this, there's no scaling, and yep, everything works. But for some reason, if there is scaling of any kind, so over here it's at 0.4, and now for some reason it appears that the cursor itself, that one is also being scaled. So this strange position just so happens to be that one is at 0.4, so this one is about 40% of the actual position, the difference from here to here. Thankfully, the solution is pretty simple. Here in our virtual mouse UI class, let's just add a field. Let's make it a serialized field. Make it a rect transform for the canvas rect transform. Then here in the editor, let's drag the reference of the canvas itself. Okay, there it is. And now we basically just need to do some math to correct it. So for that, let's do it on a regular update. So on update, let's grab the transform.local scale. So that's the scale of the virtual mouse. And for this one, we're going to basically make it the inverse of the canvas rect transform. So we can invert it, just do 1f divided by the canvas rect transform. Let's grab the
So 1f divided by
local scale. And since all of them are exactly the same, the x, y, and z, let's just grab the x. But of course, this is just a regular float. So to convert this float into a vector 3, let's just multiply it by vector 3.1. Also, by the way, since we're here, just another quick tip. If you want to make sure that the cursor is always on top, you can use transform.set as last sibling, and this will basically always move it to the end of the hierarchy, thus making sure that the virtual cursor is always on top.
So transform.local scale equals vector 3.1 times, and what do we gotta do? We gotta do 1f, oops, 1F divided by canvas rec transform.localscale.x. Canvas rec.localscale.x. That's pretty much it for that. Let's see. For transform that's set as last sibling.
Okay, so this should pretty much fix that issue. Basically, we're going to scale this virtual mouse up or down depending on the scaling of the canvas, which should put it on the correct position. Let's see. So here, and first let's verify, okay, with fully G, with
I don't know if I'll be able to test that, honestly.
no scaling on the canvas itself. So over here, no scaling. And as I move, and yep, this one works, and that button's over there. Okay, works. Now let's scale it. And now there's my cursor. And as I move over that one, yep, it works. And move over that one, and yep, it also works. So now like this, even if the canvas is scaled, you can see that the cursor is now in the correct position. So if I put the cursor visually over there, over that button, then yep, it does trigger that button. Now, of course, then as we scale the virtual cursor, this game object, you can see that the visual scaled upwards. So again, if you want to counteract that, you could do another basic math. So you could just go inside the actual mouse visual, and over here on this one, let's say put this one on 0.4 to match that one, and yep, now we have the exact same size cursor. But the important thing is just by doing that math, now the cursor is visually exactly where it should be.
Wait, I want to try something. So right now, it appears we set it as software. Hold on, I got this. I have an idea. So right now we're just controlling it with the right stick. Well, what if you add another binding? Wait, I think I made a mistake. Hmm, yeah. Is it click pointer? Left button mouse. Okay. So it's a mouse. Okay. That makes sense. Let's try this out. Maybe that might not be it. Hold on. Let's try the mouse one, the mouse delta. Why the hell is this not working now? Hmm. Hmm. But when I switch to my mouse, it's like, okay, oh. Hold on, let me try something else.
So then another thing is how to detect mouse versus gamepad. So for that, I'm going to showcase code from my game. In my game, I can seamlessly swap between mouse and gamepad.
Oh, this is what I was gonna do next. Code Monkey. Shout out to you, brother. I'm sorry.
Controls. Note how the virtual cursor only shows up when I actually touch the gamepad. So here's the code for how I...
Okay, so in that case, I'm gonna go to my virtual mouse and just switch it over to the software, so that I can actually see my virtual cursor. So just the software. And let's go to the let's go back to the other scene and do the same thing there, because I do like the virtual cursor better. Sorry for all the hiccups. Okay. Do a bunch of playtesting after this.
identify which input is active in my game. I've got a general game input class that does lots of things regarding input. But the important thing for identifying that one is I simply have an enum, so just a game device. So it
Okay, so let me go to my...
can either be the keyboard and mouse or the gamepad. And then I simply got a field for the active game device. Then down here on the awake, inside the awake, I subscribe to this event, this callback, the on action change inside the input system. This one is going to get triggered pretty much anytime the player touches any input. So that is going to call this function over here. And then on this function, this one takes 2 arguments, and one of them is input action change. So here I'm basically just testing the actual phase for the action. If it is an action performed, if it's not, then I'm just going to ignore it. So
okay, so I think I have to do it for... We'll have to do it for here. Let's see. The first thing I want to do... Ah, crap. Forgot this is all one video. So, let's see. Public enum game device. Switch this stuff out here. Let's see. That would be keyboard, mouse. Gamepad.
so it can either be the keyboard and mouse or the gamepad. And then I simply got a field for the active game device. And down here on the awake, inside the awake, I subscribe to this event, this callback.
Awake. Do we have an awake? I don't think we have an awake in this one. So it's on active change. Input system on active change. Active. Let's see what that would be. That would be input system. Shui. Okay. That'd be player on action change plus equals input system on active change. That's what I gotta do. And it automatically created the event for us. Let's see what we got here.
The on action change inside the input system. This one is going to get triggered pretty much anytime the player touches any input. So that is going to call this function over here. And then on this function, this one takes 2 arguments, and one of them is input action change. So here I'm basically just testing the actual phase for the action. If it is an action performed, if it's not, then I'm just going to ignore it.
Okay, let's see. What we want to do is if input action change equals action performed and arg1 is input action. And is input action. If input action dot active we could do arg1 as input action. Okay. And let's see, if input action dot active control dot device dot display name equals virtual mouse. If that's the case, I guess we just return. If input action active control the device's gamepad. Goddamn, dude. If input action active control the device's gamepad. Okay, so this is one condition. So the other condition is if it's not a gamepad. So if it's not a gamepad, what do we do? If it's a keyboard and mouse. So I actually set this up. If input active device is not equal to game device, that gamepad. If input active game device is not equal to game change game device. Good. That's one thing we need to do. If it's not true, well, if it's not equal to keyboard and mouse, then we need to do that. So we'll just and what do we do here? Do we do private void change active game device? What did I even call it? It's called change active game device. Okay. And that would be game device, game device. Okay, let's see. From here,
So if it is an action performed, the regular cursor.
I mean, that's literally all we gotta do up here. This dot active game device equals active game device. Okay, so first we gotta assign the global. Thank you, IntelliSense. Okay, so cursor dot visible equals active game device equals actually. Okay, so we're assigning cursor's visibility. Equals active game device. Also double equals game device dot keyboard and mouse. So if they're using a keyboard and mouse, that's when we set the visibility. Okay. On game device changed, question mark invoke. Invoke this.
Based on whether the keyboard mouse is enabled or not. And then I'm going to fire off this event on game device changed. And then I have this other script, which is pretty much exactly the same thing that we saw, the virtual cursor UI script. And then on this one over here on start, I am listening to that event on game device changes. And when that changes over here, I'm really just updating the visibility, and I'm really just checking the game input instance. If the gamepad is the one that is active, then I'm going to show mouse. So just say game device to gamepad, and if it is not, then I'm going to say that the keyboard and mouse is active. Then this function over here, this one just sets the active game device. Then I also either show or disable the regular cursor based on whether the keyboard and mouse is enabled or not. And then I'm going to fire off this event on game device changed. And then I have this other script, which is pretty much exactly the same thing that we saw, the virtual cursor UI script. And then on this one over here on start, I am listening to that event on game device changes. And
okay, so let's go to that virtual mouse script. Wait, where?
Or switch or anything. If it is a gamepad device, then I also either show or disable the regular cursor based on whether the keyboard and mouse is enabled or not. And then I'm going to fire off this event on game device changed. And then I have this other script, which is pretty mouse is active. Then this function over here, this one just sets the active game device. Then I also either show or disable the regular cursor based on whether the keyboard and mouse is enabled or not. And then I'm going to fire off this event on game device change. And then I have this other script, which is pretty much exactly the same thing that we saw, the virtual cursor UI script. And then on this one over here on start, I am listening to that event on game device changes. And when that changes over here, I'm really just updating the visibility, and I'm really just checking the game input cursor UI script. And then on this one over here on start, I am listening to that event
On game device changed.
on game device.
Is that what it's called?
Changes. And when that changes over here, I'm
Oh, do we do this in here? Okay. Okay, let me just finish something really quick. Perfect. Okay. Sorry about that. Okay, so we need to set that up somewhere. Hmm. Okay, so then we can actually access that in here. Let me see what I did. Uh, hmm. The hell do we do here?
The game input instance if the gamepad is the one that
In start, what do we do? If gamepad... It's an if statement? No. Game main menu dot instance dot on game device changed. Main menu on game. Main menu on game device changed. That's it. I think I saw it somewhere. Hold on.
swap between mouse and gamepad controls. Note how the virtual cursor only shows up when I actually touch the keyboard and mouse. Time the player touches any for the active game device.
Okay, where do I even put that though? Because like right here, we're getting an error. And he just pulled that out of thin air.
Then down here on the type gamepad, so if it is an X, that's the active game device. Then I also either show or disable the regular cursor based on whether the keyboard mouse is enabled or not. And then I'm going to fire off this event on game device changed.
And it's. Let me see if there's anything in here on game device changed. But what does that even do? Let me actually watch the full video just to see.
And then I have this other script, which is pretty much exactly the same thing that we saw, the virtual cursor UI script. And then on this one, over here on start, I am listening to that event on game device changes. And when that changes over here, I'm really just updating the visibility. And I'm really just checking the game input instance. If the gamepad is the one that is active, then I'm going to show it. If not, then I'm going to hide it. And that literally just enables or disables this game object. So yep, this is how I handle swapping between mouse and gamepad.
Hold on, let me do something really quick.
In my game.
Okay, I think we should be good.
Also, one more note, instead of using the built-in component, you can actually just build it yourself manually from scratch, if you enabled it or not.
Okay, let me actually look back at the other code.
And then I have this other script, which is pretty much exactly the same thing that we saw, the virtual cursor UI script. And then on this one, over here on start, I am listening to that event on.
Okay.
Game device changes, and when that changes over here, I'm
On game device changed. Okay, and how do we...
really just updating the visibility.
Let's update the visibility.
Visibility.
Get active game device. Let's see, main menu, instance dot let's see, that would be game device dot gamepad. If it's a gamepad, and should cursor always be unlocked.
And I'm really just checking the game input instance. If the gamepad is the one that is active, then I'm going to show it.
Show. But if it's not, we just hide it. Obviously, it's not gonna always work. Game object.set active false. This one will set to true. Okay. I think that should be everything. Let's actually test this out just to make sure. I think my controller fell asleep. Why is this not connecting? Oh, there we go. Let's try it now. Input system on after update. Argument out of range exception. On after update callbacks. What is that? What the hell does that mean? On after update. Wait. Which one is that one? Let's do this in Awake then. Maybe that'll fix it. Saw tweaking that goes on behind the scenes. Okay, where's this happening? Canvas Rec Transform. Main menu instance. Virtual Mouse UI. Awake. Line 14. What does that mean? Why is this giving me an error? Like, what exactly is the error? Because that apparently is not a good thing. Let's figure out why that's erroring first, and then we can... I guess we can start. Okay. Main menu. Instance is null. Okay. Let's reconvene. Main menu script is not assigned any game object. Okay, so ensure main menu is attached to a game object, a proper singleton, adjust script execution order. So script execution order. Okay, so I think solution 3 makes the most sense. So let's see how we get edit project settings. And there should be a section in here called execution order. Script execution order. Yeah, that one right there. Okay, so I guess we should just add one. Main menu. Okay, so here... Jesus, we have a lot. Okay, main menu. And then... I don't know where that one came from. Okay, I think that should actually fix it. Alright, let's do this. Argument out of range, blah blah. Actually, you know what? Callback cannot control before virtual mouse has been added to the system. Oh. Okay, so that really didn't seem to work. Let's see, there has to be another way to do it. Let's edit. So project settings, and let's undo what it recommended. I'm actually thinking, is it possible? Okay, so let's see. What I was wondering is, instead of doing this in here and just messing up what's happening in here, can we just move this logic into main menu? That's what I want to know. Let's actually do that instead, because I feel like that's a better solution. Score that out too. And by the way, this should actually, like... Okay, let's see what's recommending first. So... wait, why do we need this? Okay, so I don't think we need these anymore. We could just remove this. I mean, we can remove pretty much everything that's main menu related. remove this as well as this. It's just a more complicated way of doing it, methinks. Okay, let's see. So, if the active device is the gamepad, we'll just, you know, okay, let's see. We still want this for whatever reason. But actually, this is still necessary. We'll get back to this. We don't even need start and awake. Make these public. Get rid of all this nonsense. It's not really nonsense, because his solution works, but mine's set up differently. Okay, so, but this is just integrating it into my game. Okay. But I mean, it should. Okay, now let's try to set this up again. So you got our canvas here. Which script is this even attached to? The virtual mouse? So we should actually attach it there. Alright, I think that should be a good start. Let's try this now. Hopefully we don't run into any issues. Where to go? Oh. Gotta do some stuff to figure out why this is happening. What's a gamepad in this context? Now is it a gamepad? Actually, wait. I wanna let's see. Put debug statements in here. Put debug statements in here. That actually will help us out a great deal. Alright, let's try this now. Inputs bounce controls about to change. On no action performed, unsupported. We're getting a bunch of garbage here. Let's device I just want to know what that is, because this is not really that useful. This is kind of useless. We'll just get rid of that. Switching to gamepad control. X input controller windows. I feel like I ran into this issue before. A good thing to do is to put a debug statement there. Let's try it again. Hold on, I clicked the wrong thing. There's a lot of like debugging and stuff that occurs here. Okay. So it's not visible. Oh, do I have this backwards? Hold on. I think I have this backwards. Because we're already setting the cursor to invisible. You know what I mean? Okay, now it should actually work. Let's try it. Yay. Mouse. What is the problem? Cannot query value control this before virtual mouse has been added to system. What? What does that mean? Okay, let's try this. I feel like this might be the solution. Oh wait, am I not doing that? Okay, this doesn't make any sense. Hmm. I think I know what to do. There we go. That actually might be the solution, guys. I don't know how I missed that. Okay, so obviously this isn't the only place we have to do it. We know this works. So I'm just going to go ahead and get rid of all these debug statements, because we know this solution definitely works. Okay, now there's one last thing I want to do before I wrap this up for the day. I want to add this to the main menu. Now before you groan, and I know many of you will, we're going to add this to the main menu. Okay, so actually the way we do that is do... Okay, so let's use this as a reference point. So this is the virtual mouse input. Ah, go away. Gee, this is actually what I want here. And by the way, this is called from like pretty much anywhere. So basically what we need to do is, and we've been at this for like 2 hours. Okay. Yeah, okay. What we want to do is go back to the level essentials, and we want to do the same thing. So we got the virtual mouse already set up. The only thing I really want to do here is move this Can I do that? Can I paste a component? No. And what did I undo? So we got the Xbox controller. Wait. Yeah, timeout. In the mouse visual, we got the Xbox controller and the Xbox. Well, we actually set it up so we can switch between the two. So that doesn't really have to change. And the mouse. Okay, so we're sort of starting this again from scratch. Well, mainly because I made a mistake. So just remember this. You got the virtual mouse. And we're gonna add it to here. And we already set up all the stuff. So you got the mouse image here. You don't really need this anymore. I'll tell you what we do need though. We need the... Okay, we do need a script called Virtual Mouse UI that will pass in our UI canvas and the virtual mouse input. And I think we need to set these up here. So what I'll do is I'll just copy the values here. So I'll be honest with you, I don't want to set those all up again. Just saying. Paste component values. Okay, there we go. So that you could just like straight up copy and paste whatever components you have. Alright. Scene mismatch. Cursor. Okay, so that's a problem. We can actually like move that here and move that there. And that should be good. Now let's see, you got the virtual mouse virtual input, okay. Let's apply that to our stuff. There's one more thing we need though, and we'll actually do it in the game manager. So all this stuff is set up right. The only thing we really need to do is in our game manager, wherever I put it. Right here. And we already have the main menu open, so we can do it from there. It's a good thing we are encapsulating everything in the level essentials. So we'll just add it here. And so what do we even do? In awake, we can do, after doing instance this, and obviously we'll have to change a few things. I think I can still copy that from there. Can I? Oh, we still need that function name. Okay. And I think that should be everything. Are we even using this anywhere? I don't think we are. Goddamn. Okay. Alright, and before that's all said and done, we just need to assign the virtual mouse UI script to that. And that should be everything, I guess. Okay. Let's see. Let's see this in action. Fingers crossed, hope it works, moment of truth, you know. Now if I switch to here and then I switch to my virtual mouse, it's still showing my cursor as visible. We do have an error, which I want to investigate real quickly. 10 errors, goddamn. What's going on here? Error. Why do we have errors? Why are we getting errors? Collapse. Okay. Virtual mouse UI has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Where? How's that been destroyed? I'm not destroying it, am I? No, I'm not. Wait, which one is it causing issues on? Which one am I still trying to access it on? Serious question. Level Essentials. Okay, I'm in Level Essentials. So I have that script attached here, but it's never actually being destroyed. Okay, let's investigate this. Main menu. Oh. You know what I should do? I think I know why this is happening. Can I just make an enums class and just use that? Okay, so that's the game manager, but main menu. We got game manager. I mean, that's the active game scene. You know what? Let me just make. Okay, wait. Yeah, timeout. Let's make this private. And get rid of this monster. And we're gonna have issues here, presumably. Because the main menu's already been destroyed. So I think that's why that's happening. But I feel like we could easily use that here. Okay. Alright, I feel like that should temporarily fix it. It's not like a permanent fix, not a hard fix, but it is a fix. Yeah, let's try this now. Hopefully the error should disappear. On action change callbacks. Okay, where's this happening? This one's a head scratcher. Virtual mouse has been destroyed, but you're still trying to access it. Okay, where? That's some good iced coffee. Okay, so let's see. This is just on the main menu, though. Now, let's see if that'll suppress all the errors. Hopefully it will. Let's try this one here. Okay, so that's not really much of an error. It's only happening once, as you can see. There's one more thing I want to do, though. One more, issue I want to tackle. And that's the UI issue. Okay, so by that I mean let's go to the test scene really quick. And this applies everywhere. It's not just the test scene. So here, when you swap, oh yeah, that's why I say UI. I meant something else. What should we do for swap? I think the X button would be the best. And by the way, we already said there was a button, so we might as well use this as a button. Path would be, this would be a gamepad. And, by the way, we should make that an X. Right, and that's the gamepad. Okay, so that's for swapping. For shuffle, I guess we could either use... If I can actually read this. LB or LR? RB. And hopefully it'll, we'll add 2 bindings. It's a gamepad. This one's also a gamepad. So there's 2 ways we could actually do it. Left shoulder, left bumper. There we go. And this time, for this one here, we'll do like a right shoulder, right bumper. There we go. Okay, so far so good. And then for pause, we could either do the... let's do start. No. Okay. Let's save all this stuff here, and let's test this out. Why is this not working? Oh, wait. I'm an idiot. Okay, wait, let's go back to that other prefab. Let's go to level essentials. Go to the UI canvas. Go to the virtual mouse UI, which is what that is, and then what do we have here? I'm hoping I don't have that raycast thing set up, which I don't. But why isn't any of the UI stuff working? Let's go back to my player and look in here. We do have the virtual mouse set up here. And that's the left button, I guess. Okay. Middle click, I guess that's whatever. Point, I think that's, you do have a virtual mouse, that's the position. The click is also the virtual mouse. So that part's pretty straightforward. Let's see. In the event system here, it's a point and click. But if I look at the UI here, let's go to the pause menu. And let's look at the buttons. We don't want anything. We don't want anything there. Let's just start from that one scene. Let's just start from scene 1. Let's pretty much override everything we did. I understand this might not be the best solution. It's kind of like put together, but we're gonna refine it. Let's go to the test level, actually. That's where I want to do it. Let's start from here and see where we go. Whoa, boy. Okay. Clearly something's up here. Let me look at my game manager and see how that's set up. We have the virtual mouse here. So there's two functions here. Hide mouse, you set this active as true. Set active as false, I'm sorry. Game manager. This is where it should be happening. Did I set this up wrong? I hope I didn't. Oi, okay. Maybe in the event system, move is none. Apparently that's the easiest way to do it. Canvas. Let's go to the event system in here. Where is the event system? Oh, wait. Yeah, I mean, that looks right. What am I not doing in the other one? What am I not doing here that I'm obviously doing in the main menu? Might as well save what we have. Event system. Okay, so let's go to the canvas. That's pretty much our game manager. Virtual mouse, it's all good. Okay, all good, all good. All good. That's also all good. But wait, let's just make sure. What does that mean? I don't know what that means. Serialized object has been destroyed. Eh? Is that because we have like two event systems? Well, let me try this. So let's just say I'm not using the gamepad. But the cursor's visibility, we're not actually affecting it anywhere. And it's still being visible. What the hell? Why? This is so confusing, bro. Wait, why am I putting it in here? Hold on, give me one sec. It should not be in here. It should be in here. Let's hope I didn't introduce any new problems. My UI isn't even working. Why is that happening, dude? Okay. Time out. Let's go to my test level. Actually, what I really want to do is, before I do that, let's, Okay. Time out. I guess in here we can actually do that. Are we doing anything in main menu? Wait, let me comment this out. Oops. I wanted to delete that. I don't think that event was ever really invoked. Because for some odd reason, it only seems to happen when... Yeah, because this... See, yeah. Because, don't get it twisted, it works. Not really. It just never gets invoked for some odd reason. It's weird. Alright, alright, alright. Okay. I like the hardware cursor. I think I'm gonna stick with that if it works. Oh wait, wrong level. Sorry. Let's try it here as well, because I feel like we're gonna run into issues. Oh my god, why is this not working? Actually, you know what? Screw it. Let's redo what we just did. I am so sorry, Twitch. I don't have the chat open. There we go. So, you know, knee deep in this issue. See if this works. Oop, what happened? Bro, what? Now we won't even switch back. Is it after I added that change? Hold on. Let me get rid of that. This is a stupid solution. I'm not doing that. Because now it completely destroyed everything I built. Just saying. Okay. Give me one sec. Oh. Really dumb. Now it's not even doing anything. What the hell, man? Or not. try this again. Okay, let's see. Let's try the same thing here. Bow. Okay, let's... Let me put some music on so I can actually focus on finishing this. Hmm. I don't even need a debug statement, looks like. Okay, let's cancel all this stuff. And get back. This is like kind of flawed. Not gonna lie. So all this stuff here happens, let's think about this a bit. We still want the game device, I guess. But as far as like what we're adding here, so all this stuff here is fine. Okay. I don't know if I want to do this. This I definitely want to do. I'll run, if this works, we'll run through it. Okay, let's see. Let's try this now. Okay, so that's good. But we're not even using the keyboard and mouse. What the hell? I think what I should do is move all the input events into their own thing. Okay, now that's... Okay, now we're in Cuckoo Town. So probably not the best place to do it. I just want to make sure I didn't break anything. figure out what this device is. Not even sure what this device is. I've been at this for like 3 hours, y'all. Believe that? Virtual mouse, keyboard control, virtual mouse. It's not even re-triggering it. What the hell? It only seems to be happening once. Okay. I don't get it. I really... Virtual mouse, okay. Let's be a little more specific here. I'm not even sure that's like a valid thing. Yeah. So wait, do we just add another event? The reason you're not seeing the event triggered, hardware level change like adding a controller doesn't trigger when switching between devices. The properly handled situation using a gamepad and mouse. Monitoring input activity on input event. I feel like that's a better way to do it. Let's try that. On device change. I still want this. But let's try this instead. Why is this yelling at me? Oh. Okay, so we need to like change that. So let's do that. Okay, screw that. Let's I think this will actually work. I don't know for sure, but it's always worth trying this out. Oh my god. This is what happens, man. I mean, the new input system isn't bad. Just takes a while getting used to. Okay. I did switch to the gamepad controller, but I still want the mouse though. So why is it not? Device is gamepad, which it is. No. Okay, so this is backwards. This is backwards. It's clearly backwards. Oh my god. Hold on. Jesus. There we go. Gotta make sure I monitor the chat, if you know what I mean. Alright, because when it's a gamepad, we want to show the virtual mouse. Okay, we do want this guy. On destroy. So think about it, when we destroy an event, I'm sorry, not just destroy an event, it's a stupid sentence. When we, destroy an object, so we want to unsubscribe these events. So let's do that. On scene loaded doesn't even exist, so that doesn't even matter. Now I want to personally add the same sort of events to the game manager. So this can disappear. This can also disappear. This can disappear. Pretty much all those methods can disappear. Okay. Now what you want to do, what we want to do, okay, let's switch to the gamepad. And why is that still showing, dude? Oh, why are we still... Oh, I know why this is happening. Because in main menu, we're doing, like, don't destroy on load. You don't want to do that. We don't want to let it persist. That's the... We don't want that to happen. Okay. Alright. Some refining would need to happen. Let's go back to the test level really quick. Because I feel like I messed something up in there. So we have it set to hardware cursor if available. I don't want to do that. So we'll just, like, you know, not do that. Okay. Okay, so let's set up the same thing on the game manager, because we don't have anything set up there. On main menu, we have on event input. So we'll do the same thing here. We'll just like create that event. On here, we'll literally just set the on destroy. We don't even have this defined anywhere, so that's why it's throwing an error. Hold on. Let me get back to my chat. Sometimes I like disable it. Not on purpose, of course. I never do anything on purpose. You know me. Okay, so what do we have so far? We have change device. We copied this in here, but I don't know where that's like defined. We're not even using this anywhere, so we could just get rid of it completely. But we can take this method. There we go. It's taken me like 3 hours to figure this out. Oh my god, I'm so embarrassed. I don't know if I should be embarrassed, but I am embarrassed. Alright, let's watch this in action. Hopefully it works. Okay. Okay, so the UI doesn't quite work. So I gotta figure out why that's not working. Because this is where it lives, right? Okay, so now that we have that... Oh, am I like not showing my screen? What the hell? I am so sorry. What's wrong with this UI? Like, what am I not doing with this event system? Let's see. Okay, so I am using that. Am I raycasting something? I might be. I think I might be doing that. Okay, we're not raycasting target. Everything else looks fine. Wait. Okay, we set that to the bottom left. We set the ret transform there. Oh, you know what it might be? Hold on. I'll show you. I think it might be something to do with the buttons. So, let's see. This is the pause menu. The pause button. Let me just enable this really quick. Unpause button. Okay, here it is. So we set it to none. Exit button, same thing. Help button, none. Menu text, okay. Why aren't any of this interacting, bro? I don't understand this. Oops, hold on. I mean, I do. I'm just not doing something right. Wait. Okay. Unpause button. Wait a sec, let me go to all my buttons. Exit button should be none. Okay, good. None. Help button should also be none. Okay, so we got all that set up. Right. Let's try it now. Hopefully it'll work. It's still not interacting. What am I missing here, guys? Okay, but when I use my mouse, it, hold on, that flicker shouldn't have happened. But when I use my mouse, it works. I don't get it. Why is it not doing it? Hold on. Yeah, I mean, if you have a better suggestion, let me know in the comments. Okay, I feel like he ran into this issue here.
Let's go into the Virtual Mouse UI game. Order speed. Let's input actions over here. Order is based on the order in the hierarchy. Okay, here I am, and I can move. And if I go above the button, and nope, it is not working. The button is not changing color. If I use the regular mouse and I go above, yep, you can see it does recognize, but the cursor, the one by the gamepad, nope, this one does not work. So this is one of the main tricky issues that I encountered. Thankfully, this one has a simple fix. The fix is actually on the hierarchy. Let's go in the event system. And yep, over here you do see a nice warning message. Basically, it's telling you should be using a different event system for the full HD. This is very important with a different component. Also, before we test one very module, thankfully it's super simple. Literally just click on this button, and there you go. It replaces with a different component. Also, before we test one very important thing here, which is on the game view over here.
What's my game view? Okay, so where's my canvas? Hold on. Let me look back in the main menu. Because I'm doing something in there that I'm not doing. Oh. No. That can't be right. Wait, let me disable that. Oh. Oh, you know what it is? You know what I'm not... Okay, I think I know what it is. Let me go back to my test level. Huh. That, you know, that actually might be it. It's a very stupid solution, but a solution nonetheless. I feel like we have to move all this inside like a... Or maybe not. Let me just make sure that's the case, though. Make sure the event system game object is in the scene, which it is. Check if the component is attached to the event system, which it is. I mean, it definitely is. Check canvas settings. UI canvas has to be screen. Oh. Or screen space camera if you're using world space. Doesn't. Or block raker. Okay. Render mode to screen space overlay or screen space camera. If you're using world space, make sure the virtual mouse can interact with the canvas. It is actually set in screen space overlay. Confirm that canvas group does not have any interactable or block raycast properties. Okay. I mean, I don't think that's true. Because right now, it's literally set right there. Oh. Really? Wait, let me look at my other canvas. No, I don't want to save. Screen space overlay. Constant pixel size. And that's pretty much... Okay, so maybe that might be it. Let's try it. We don't want it to be pixel perfect. No, we do want it to scale with screen size. Wait a sec. Is this canvas here constant pixel size? Or should we do scale with screen size? 1920 1080. And the virtual mouse is on the bottom right. Alright, let's... Maybe that might be it. I don't know. I'm just spitballing here. Okay, so this works. Whew, what am I not doing here, dude? Alright, I'm just gonna save this. Go back to my test level. What am I not doing? Screen space overlay, okay, that's all good. That's all set. We kinda did all this already. I want to check everything just to make sure. Because the panel here, we have that as raycast target. I just want to make sure that doesn't matter. It might though. Here's my UI. Okay, what's the other one? Virtual mouse. Okay. Okay, let me actually do that in my main menu scene. Oops. Let me do the same thing for this one. Screen space overlay, okay, all this is good. Virtual mouse. The actual virtual mouse. Let's move it over here. 0. Just zeroed out, I guess. Wait, I don't want to like reposition it though. Mm-mm. Oh, wait. Crap. That's where it should be. Okay. Thing is, we don't want to change the width. Alright, I feel like that should be good enough to test. Eesh. Jesus. Alright. Nope, that didn't fix it. But we can still use the software mouse. It's a bit annoying. I still can't use the main menu. Ah, this one's a doozy. Let me look at the event system one more time. It's a point and click, okay. But if I go to the test level and I look at the event system here, it's still using the same point and click. But there's one thing I want to make sure. There's one wrinkle I can't. Okay, so all the settings here are the same. But move. Yeah, all this is literally the same. I don't know why it's not working here, but it's obviously working elsewhere. What else is it saying? Hmm. I don't know why this isn't working, dude. This is like demystifying. It's a major mystery. Okay, we're on the pause screen, so it should still work on there. Hmm. The graphics raycaster on the canvas and the inputs component they need to probably configure for raycasting. Eh. Hmm. That's on the UI layer, but the question is this on the UI layer? It looks like it is, right? Maybe this might actually be it. Definitely not that. I don't know, dude. I don't know what's not working. I've never heard of the graphic raycaster. Which, I mean, it is. Wait, is it though? Non everything. Hmm. Oh, that actually might be true. Okay, let me actually see if that's... I think I understand what it's saying. Game over panel. Okay, let's... This is the pause menu panel. But... So what is it saying? Wait. Before I change that... Sure, why not? Canvas. Panel. That has a raycast target. That also has a raycast target. Literally everything here has a raycast target. So I don't know why it's telling me why this also has a raycast target. Wait a minute. So if I were to go off what it says, right, and say that the pause menu here okay, let me just try this. Because it seems to think that this is the right solution. And you know, it might be... No, it's not. got buttons and pause buttons and all the other stuff. What are the buttons? Raycast targets? Definitely looks like it is, because we can actually interact with it. Canvas res... wait. Hold on. Let me just make sure that's not the case with the other ones. Talking about the pause menu. The unpause button doesn't have that. Okay, good. First selected. I've never heard of that before. I don't think I even have like a first selected. Let me check the main menu one more time. Just make sure my event system. Scroll wheel, right click, middle click, point, left click. Okay. I don't think I have a first selected. Doesn't make any sense. Wait. Why do I keep forgetting this? UI point. Okay. Ah. Okay, I think that's a good idea. Alright, let's drive off the screen. Oh, wait, that's right, we can't. Curious about something. Do you think it might be possible that we're not switching to the UI? Let me see. Could it be possible that hold on, how do I access the input system debugger? Because I feel like that's going to be useful here. Okay, so window analysis, input debugger. Let's actually try this. I don't know what'll show up, when it will show up, but something will show up. Devices, keyboard, users, user tab, pair devices, okay. Actions. Okay, so I gotta find that device. UI click, UI point. What do I do here? Okay, I don't know. This is really not that useful. Let me look at my main menu script because I don't think I'm really adding it there. Adding the virtual mouse here, which I am. Game manager. I'm also adding it here. Oh, wait. Hmm. It's really not that useful, honestly. Alright, let's try this again. Okay. Where's this button? That's what I want to know. Pause menu. Unpause game. Virtual mouse. The unpause game button. My virtual mouse button. Oh, wait. Unpause game. The virtual mouse. I think I see the problem. It's not even in the right spot. Because if I look at my unpaused game, that's where that is. Okay, but let me move my virtual mouse somewhere else. Let me test it in the other screen. The other scene, not screen. So remember, the exit button 994 960 negative 960 0. My virtual mouse. So that's where we're checking. Okay. So, hold on. If I check my exit button, wait, I think I know what's going on. There we go. That actually might be what's causing the issues here. Are you kidding me? Would it actually highlight? No. Why is this not, like, working? Bro. Okay, let's try this. Doesn't work. It's unclickable. Why? Input system virtual mouse, not highlighting button. Can't interact with UI using virtual mouse. Okay, let's see what the issue here is. Oh, wait. Although, I'm not sure why I'd have to do it. It's literally the same asset. Let's see. Point. Virtual mouse. That should be the gamepad. And click should also be the virtual mouse. Just, it's a gamepad. Pretty sure that might be it. Let's just make sure it works in the main menu, just to make sure I didn't actually break anything, because I don't think I did, but You never know with these things. Save here and play the main menu. Now you know why I put this off for as long as I could. It's a pretty complex issue. Okay, this works. Okay, so still not working. Maybe I didn't read the whole article. Let's see. Gamepad. Virtual mouse. But wait, I thought we didn't have to do that. No, I don't want to do that. What do I do? Gamepad. Edit control scheme. Virtual mouse. Don't use the special virtual mouse input action. Instead, simply enable normal the only input that works is to remove the player input component from the scene. Is doing something that prevents the virtual mouse from interacting with the UI. It's though any up.
Hello and welcome to this video. I thought this would be a bit of an interesting sort of side video. One of my Patreons, Andres, he was following along with the twin stick shooter. Okay, so it's a bit of an issue here. I think what I need to do is I need to delete the library folder. I'm going to check is to make sure that's hooked up properly. So aim, player controller on aim. On our player script.
That's not relevant. Could that actually be it? Oh, I think I know what's going on. This player input component is just annoying. Go away. Okay, I think that's what's causing it to break. Alright. Let's hope that doesn't mess anything else up. Oh. Took me 4 hours, but I was able to figure it out. 4 frickin' hours. Hold on, I'm getting errors though. That's all I wanted to do, guys. Okay, so the reason why this level isn't working is because I have to apply the overrides. And now we should be able to play the second level without any issues. But before we over-celebrate, let's just make sure everything works. Okay. Let's go to the menu. Go to load level. Boom, boom, bow, bow. Let's switch the bullets, okay. Obviously this isn't perfect. There's still things I want to fix. Bruh. But there's another feature, auto aim. And I don't know if I like this icon. I want to create another one. Okay, got a red bubble. It's moving way too slow. I don't know why he picked 1000. Let's pick a different value though. Why? Because we can. Yeah, I'm so happy I figured out that issue. Okay. That was enough fun for one day. Actually, I'm kidding. Took us like 4 hours to get to where we are. Kind of embarrassing, but yeah, whatever, dude. Okay, so I'm going to save what I have. And yeah, because here's the thing. It was working in the main... Okay, so the solution is really simple. The reason why my virtual mouse was not interacting is because of the player input. Because my player here... And I've been using the input system this way for a while, but one thing I learned about it is you don't really need this. Like, this is useless. And so we could just straight up, like, remove it. Because we've already hooked up the player controller. Actually, let me just make sure that didn't break anything. I don't like removing things unless I know for sure. Actually, I disabled it, so removing it wouldn't really matter. Okay. 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 We did it. Yeah, and shout out to I don't know where I read it. Shout out to Nico. But I mean, I'm not really using the player input anyway, so it's just taking up space. Anyhow, I wanna, from the bottom of my heart, thank you if you made it all the way this way. You know, thank you for watching. You know, if you're new to my channel, please hit the like button, hit the share button, hit the subscribe button. Just keep hitting a bunch of buttons. That's all I'm going to say. Let me know what you think in the comments, if there's anything I can improve. Yeah, I will stop the stream here and start the export this video should be up on my YouTube channel pretty soon. I'm probably gonna like trim it down. Actually, no, I'm just gonna leave the whole thing up because I do think it's important to understand the process of how to go from point A to point B. Actually, before I do that, let me write version control. So that's really what the key issue here was. And I am actually embarrassed it took me this long. And I feel like I need to shower. Okay, I have to be honest here. The Code Monkey video is good. I'll definitely like link it in the description. If you guys if you're interested in checking out what he did. So I'll definitely have that in there for you all. If you are encountering most of the solution, most of the code came from there. So yeah, I'll definitely I got the controller support working, so that's good. As far as like updating the speed of the mouse and when you're playing on a controller, I'll figure that out. I'll have to play test that. The actual like feel comes with like play testing, so I'll definitely work on that. One other thing I want to do, if you go to the help panel, I want to make sure that when the user switches to a controller, the correct instructions will appear here. So I definitely want to do that. Alright, y'all. Yeah. Just pause that. Alright. Okay, I think we should be good here. Let me actually stop the stream, so yeah. If you guys had fun watching me, just let me know in the comments, and hopefully I'll be back later today. I'll play some more Potion Permit. I'll play some Potion Permit. I've got nothing else to do today, so I'm just gonna chill, play some Potion Permit. We're gonna hang out. So if you're worried that you've missed something major, don't worry, the video is going to be on my YouTube channel, and I always read my comments, so yeah. Definitely tune into YouTube later on. Alright, I'll see everybody later.